I hope you find this entertaining, Lex, because I don't. I just wish I hadn't taken this challenge on. Can you imagine speedrunning this mess? I know the game is beatable. I know it was designed with a beginning, middle, and end. But I would venture to use the brake here. The R button for the brake. Okay, slow it down, buddy. Talking too much? Pay attention. Pay attention. Oh, you missed one. Pay attention. The speed comes in handy if you can figure out the crazy controls. I don't even know why I'm falling down. I didn't tell him to drop. So I'm thinking then, as we get to the... Okay, I don't have time. Just take the dadgum penalty. Come on now. I don't want Lex laughing at me. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing for everyone. Oh no. Do what I was wishing for? Ah, get out of here, you dummy! Go on!
There's no time to waste.
Give me time. That's what I'm asking for, man. I feel like it's like a major strike on this one, because like if you beat that section, that should be a checkpoint. Why wouldn't you make that a checkpoint? Because people don't want to keep doing this stupid part. This is another flaw in the design, in my opinion. Like, seriously, just create some checkpoints. Man, my heart really is racing here. This is as if I am flying. I can feel the tension in my body. I have to seriously take a breather after this, man. Not cool. It does now have me wondering, like, the racing mechanics for multiplayer, like, what in the world? Alright. See who can fly through the rings the fastest. We'll have to check it out. We'll have to get a playmate, though. Pretty sure this game ended friendships. Like, if you liked this and you invited your friend over, friendship was over.
And there's no time to waste.
So if that's what you're after, folks, the secret is to fly high. In theory, maybe you're supposed to...
Then there's no time to waste.
Alright, we can do this. We got this, bro. Destroy the 4 dark shadows. Let's do it. Let's freeze them. What the? I'm trying. It's not working. Is that it? Super punch. Did I win or did I lose? I don't know. Now I'm confused. I think I might have won. I don't remember flying down. Okay, well, whatever. I feel like it should be like saying, good job. Like giving you some kind of affirmation, like, mission complete. But this game, the only time it wastes is the time you waste trying to figure out how to win. Keep in mind, I'm still following this arrow thing to try to help guide me, so I will give them props on that. There's no way I'd figure this out if I didn't have that. Even still, this thing is just a mad dash of insanity here. This game has like legit save points or something. Maybe I can get over here and then blow it the other way. Maybe that's the secret. Protect the lady from here. I think I got that one. Let's see if I can get over here now. Got that one. Oh, got one more. Come on, baby. All right, we beat that one. All right, more flying. Woo! Lex, is this the best you got, buddy? Just gonna make me fly around in mazes? Race the clock? Let's go inside some buildings. I want to punch some bad guys, like some human beings here. Superman has all these cool superpowers, and we're just executing this weird. Oh no! Slow down, bro. I have a lot to say at this point because I've used up all my talking energy just trying to beat these first few objectives. Guess this is the last one, huh? Superman wins! Press start button. So maybe we're like, is this officially level 1?
This looks like a job for Superman.
So this damn level is pretty fast playthrough if you can survive. That's the big thing. Survive without getting hurt, shot, blown up, drowned, any of the above. You have to maneuver quickly, because if you don't, inevitably something ends up blowing up on you. I mean, everything just feels explosive, including that. So you get a code here. fly inside, because why not? Okay, this is going to unlock a door down the hall, and we get on with the rest of the level. There we go. Got more of these fun guys to run after. If you can get it fast enough, manage to grab it before they shoot you too many times, it'll blow up on you. Get a couple of punches in on this chick. She's basically threatening that there's workers underwater trapped, and if you don't do something about it, she's going to kill them and flood the city. Let's get this. Okay. Gotta watch out for Mr. Eel. He will definitely shock you. Also gotta watch out for these guys. So on this mid deck, we got a few things to tend to. One of them is this thing, which is gonna blow up on you. You need the freezing breath. So come down here, grab a couple of quick health power-ups. Watch out for the eel. Guys, because they will blow you up. In this hallway, you're going to come down here. Lower the dam level. Lowered. Ignore these blow-up guys. Come down under here. What you're gonna find. These guys, the workers you need to rescue. You get the running shoes. Witness that cool effect. So you are racing the clock to defuse these bombs. There's another health power up down at the end of the hall here if you need it. I don't need it yet. I might have to come back for it. But for now, I'm just going to come out here, try to get rid of this guy. Let's fly, go back up to the top deck. Have an encounter with another guy you need to punch right here, which apparently all Superman's got to do is punch it a couple of times to win. Here, got more excitement. Here's what I like to do, freeze her up a little bit. Best strategy here. So she wants to fight. You've got to tend to this thing that's going to blow up. Terrible camera angles. Alright, so she's taken care of. Here's what we're going to do if we can. I'm going to try to get out. Out here, go down and get that health power up because you're going to need that quick. Do not dawdle around because you will get a bomb dropped on you. Alright. So time is of the essence here. So that was a pretty nice power up. So she's defeated. I think there's still one other guy to beat in that little room, and then we can go and try to freeze out the bombs. So. start shooting. Oh, come on. Once you get it, you gotta throw it fast. Usually it'll just blow up. Then you're gonna go back upstairs where you were before. There are a couple of new guys in here that you're gonna have to grab onto, so go ahead and fly through, see if you can get a hold of them before they get a hold of you, because again, they'll kill you. There's one. When it's just one, it's not near as crazy. Alright, you're gonna put those codes that the guys at the bottom of the dam gave you into the computer. Come back down here. For the sake of time, run this way. You can get your running shoes on if you want. Get on the elevator. Okay. You're out here. Oh boy, got another one of these guys. Let's try to take care of this now before it creates more trouble. Alright. In here. Alright. So there are some bomb dudes in here. You're gonna fly up to the top, try to tend to this before they find you. If you have to engage them, just grab them while you're flying. If not, just do your breath until it drops. Right, try to get out as quickly as you can. Remember, you don't want to die. This level is notoriously glitchy, as I found out. Alright, this is the other bomb room. I believe the second bomb is up here at the top somewhere too. Get your breath going there. Superman wins. Thank you, Superman. Thank God. Yes, I do want to save this dadgum game.
Then there's no
Earlier,
time to waste.
started to get the mechanics of it down, ran out of time. But, yeah, we're going to be flying through some rings. This first section, you're not quite as hurried. But don't worry, there's plenty of opportunities to fly and get agitated just like every other time you fly through the rings on this stupid game. I didn't mean to say stupid. I technically haven't played it all the way through. Once we get it beat fair and square, then I can actually give an actual assessment on my perception. Really trying to be an open-minded guy about it. I think after kind of getting over the initial irritation of learning the controls and kind of how it operated, it's now shifted into more of a fixation just to prove that I can beat it. But nonetheless, it's still, so now we're after mine droppers. These are those annoying guys we got to know on the dam level that drop bombs on you. So, gotta run into them. There they are. Thankfully the game gives you some sound cues to help you find it. Do not hold on to it long or it'll blow up on you. There's one. Just try to run right into it. Throw it as far as you can. One to go. They really don't like you. find that mine dropper. Where are you? Sometimes they get up a little bit higher. There it is. This is a lower horizon one. This little mission wouldn't be so annoying if it wasn't so hard to control.
Then there's no time to waste.
The biggest thing here is making sure you don't get turned around or upside down as these rings bounce about back and forth. Doing the best you can to stay on point with the accuracy so you have some room for margin of error toward the end. Which I didn't do right there, apparently, or here. Metropolis-ish. If you can survive the density of Lexcorp's fog, aka the game designer's lazy way of not detailing graphics in the far reaches or backgrounds. I get it. Working with what they had. I just wonder the potential this game could have had it not been so much of a focus on rings. I liked the mechanics of the dam level. It was really glitchy, but the mystery of how to solve it, everything was fun. Yes, we found, like I said, lots of glitches, but I think more of the game being like that could have been cool. Now, slow down, buddy. Not too much, just enough. This is kind of a interesting dynamic you run into here, and actually I would argue it's the most challenging part of this particular section. Those things are going in the water. Oh, there they're moving. The Great Slalom of Superman 64. If you like skiing, can you do it in the air? This is another section where you can get turned around pretty easy if you get going too fast. So my suggestion is back off on the B button. So it makes all the difference in the world. If you need to hit the brakes, remember the R is the brake button, but I think the controls are still a little bit challenging in that regard. Alright, we're going to slow down a little right here. See, we're doing better on time this go around. A lot better. See the difference maker? Alright. So we got to stay ahead of the skater boy here. So take these guys out. Skater boy does not have... Come on. Oh my gosh, what a pain. You better get ahead, boy. Oh, gosh, they're everywhere. There's ones up on the ledge, too. Come on down, make sure there aren't any more. Alright. So, skater boy there. Now I gotta knock these ones down. Oh, come on. Are there more? Where are you? Better get ahead here. Oh boy, more rings. No good job, no thank you, Superman. Just back in the sky, flying some more. I think they could have used some cutscenes or even just like an animated graphic like, thank you, Superman, you saved the day. Slow down a little bit. Slow down a little bit. Here we go. Here we go. Venturing into uncharted territory here, so I don't know what's coming next. I feel like if it's anything like the first run, maybe this is the home stretch of the stage, so I'm just going to try to play it safe, but not dawdle either. Because you live for those saving checkpoints, that's for sure. You live for them on this game. This game sinks its hooks into you, and then you're addicted to the power of wanting to win, in spite of its glitches, its frustrations, the time, the emotion. This must have been a real developmental sort of hell for these guys that put this game together. Reading said something that they attempted to port this to the PlayStation, but because of a bunch of legal disputes between Warner Brothers, Titus Entertainment, and everything, despite the fact that Sony greenlit what would have been likely a better and more enjoyable port, it never happened. Although a couple of years ago, grab and throw the two droppers. Okay, where are they? Get it. Where are you? There's one. Where's the other one? What I was going to say was somebody released a leak of the port just a couple of years ago. I haven't seen it. I don't know. Oh yeah. That's where it's at, baby. Oh my gosh. There is more to this than I was expecting. Wow. Must be a pretty long stretch to have 7.5 minutes of flying through. don't know. Would the PlayStation port have worked any better? Would the developers have come up with some alternate gameplay types, or would it have just been like a carbon copy of this one? Interesting to think about. But it dawned on me last night. Holy cow, this thing is 26 years old. So when I think back to when I was a kid and playing it, 10 years old, 11 years old, that would have been the equivalent of like a video game developed in 1973 or something. Doesn't feel like it was that long ago. It really doesn't. Anyway, we're just gonna skip that guy and keep moving. Anything we can do to get past these flying levels? Because one round of flying around wasn't enough. I don't think I've ever played any other Superman video games before. But what I will say is it seems like it's been considered a cursed franchise by a lot of game fans, because as fun as you think this character would be, developers just haven't quite taken him the direction that you would expect. When I think back to like Spider-Man, even the N64 Spider-Man, like, it had some real nice arcade style fighting, exploring, all that fun stuff. But it seems like in this game there's a little bit of that. There's just not, so far, there's not been much of it. It's gonna be like a ring level every other round. I don't know what I think about that, really. I feel like a couple of these is okay, but this already feels like overkill as it is. Grab and kill the 3 robots to protect the people. Oh boy. Where are the robots? Oh, these guys. One more. I'm kind of wondering how much. Oh my word. Okay. It's like, let's just kind of put this section on ADD. We're gonna give you a little breather right there, chunking robots. Where am I? I don't know how much time this round is going to take, because this is now like what, the 4th round of rings, or is it the 5th? And remember, there's no saves between these, so you're really working hard to try to get to that next checkpoint. somebody would want to actually sit down and do this all in like a one night hurrah. I don't know. I think I'd be way too irritated. A little bit of other trivia while we're flying here. Apparently at one point in time there was some discussion with developers of scrapping the idea of an arcade action style game and making Superman more like what was popular at the time, SimCity 2000, where Superman is the mayor of Metropolis and you're designing the city, God's eye view kind of thing. I don't know. I think you've got to have a good normal Superman game before you can venture out into spin-off games. So that's my 2 cents. I think the executives that ex-nayed that idea were smart to not follow through on that. But when you kind of envision SimCity style Metropolis where you're in charge and you're building and you're developing, that sounds kind of cool too. So just not in a world where Superman can't fly or laser vision or any of that stuff. It just seems pretty lame, like a cop out. Like, well, we can't figure out how to actually hack it with this, so we're just gonna do something different entirely. So all that to say, I'm glad they ended up going this route instead of the SimCity route. So as terrible as the game may be, or may not be, I haven't played it all the way through yet. There's a challenge to this, and yes.
Lexcorp.
Only Lex Luthor knows where your friends are. Search his lair for clues about Professor Hamilton, Lois, and Jimmy's location. Alright, so flying is your friend on this level for sure. That's what I figured out so far. Because these guys have guns. Also, when there are obstructions, it's hard to plow them over. Fly hard. Use your flying to your advantage, because it's the speed that kills them. But don't worry, supposedly this is a simulation, so no one actually dies except you, Superman. So it's a sabotage. It's a sabotage. In an effort to get an E for everyone rating. Well, Superman doesn't actually kill people, he just kills them in a virtual world. Oh, you got an E rating by the ESRB. Good job. Good job. So proud of the way you cut corners like that. I wonder why I didn't think of that. Alright. I mean, to me, this game is pretty violent. You're blowing up bombs, you're knocking over guys, there's guns, you're burning people to pieces with laser vision, you're freezing tornadoes. That sounds like a T. The one thing Lex has going for him here is there's no blood except your own. The blood you shed through your tears. The tears of steel you have to develop to defeat things as the Man of Steel. You see what I did there? That wasn't a very eloquent way to get to the point, but I think there's a note on the boardroom table here. What's it say? Green, red, blue. Let's write that down. GRB. Great. Okay. Gonna probably need that later, obviously. Just based on the fact that it is a clue. Is there another guy back behind here? Yes, there is. My recommendation, knock all these guys out. Take care. Want to go play some pool? I think there's another room. This is the boardroom. Just come down here. Get your flying on. Gonna It'd be cool if they had a little mini game to play some pool. I mean, I'd be down. As many other pathetic mini games as this thing has, why not? Play the pool with the dark shadows, you know? And, okay. So we wrote it down. Got these computers in here, but you've also got bad guys and kryptonite. So this is Superman's first chance for some real action. Use your laser vision, do it fast. Naturally, maybe because kryptonite's green, that's the first computer to go to. Press B. Go fast though, because you can see the health going down because of the kryptonite. The closer you are to it, the more intense it gets. The faster your health goes down the drain. There's blue. Okay. You can't get through to the other side that I can figure out. So now you got to go back down, take another elevator. Pay attention to your health. There's more goons in this room and robots. So my suggestion, knock these guys over first, then deal with the robots. Because the ones with the guns seem to need a little extra hand-to-hand combat. Okay. If you come back here, you can get yourself, I think there's a little health power up. Yeah. Just make sure you get out of the way before one of these things blows up on you. Otherwise, you are in trouble. And don't do like I did the last time and grab a light fixture by accident and blow yourself up. Apparently fluorescents are explosive. But hey, we got static in the room, so that's cool. I can't even get the static to move though. I mean, seriously. Alright. Brought to you by Windows 98, the 3D pipes your parents used to look at. Nice. I don't know if I'd call that original, but get your laser eyes ready. These guys are going to be ready to take you out. Oh, do some more. Do some more. Maybe I should be saving them for the bad guy later. I don't know. I need this power up. Oh my gosh, where are you coming from? See, this I don't quite understand. I don't know how to get to that. I haven't figured that out. There is a CD here. Choose an enemy. My enemy is this wall because I can't get over the edge. There's no jump. There's no... Sure, you be my enemy. I think that's just a tease right there, honestly. Alright. So here we go. Start with an L right here. Work your way around. See, T's in the right spot. O is not. So maybe get this one into an O here without touching the other one. It's the only thing I can come up with. Here you go. And then right here, because it's touching the L, is it going to change again? See, it changed on screen to an T, but then on the screen it said. I don't know. The letter on the screen right here doesn't match the toggle, which is kind of interesting to me. There's that. So now, so you got loot, got 2 left. Now we're off by 1 letter. It's just like, all right, which one? Such a tease, right? So do that, come over here, and then see if we can get this. Now it's changing 3 letters at the end instead of 1, which is weird. Originally it was this one would only change the last one. Thank you, God. Oh my word. Okay. So I don't know if there's any pattern to this or not. It looks like, let's just make a note here. O U L T R H. So if there's any logic to this, O U L T R H. I did take notes, just trying to figure out what the pattern actually is. I mean, I'd like to get this health power up though. I need to figure that out. What the heck? I don't know what I did. I think I pressed R. Okay. It was kind of pathetic, wasn't it? Didn't have much to it. Okay. See if there's anything else in here that can help me out. A little bit of background noise. Anything? Bueller. I don't see any other health options there. No. There might be something else though. Or somewhere else. I've got some more Darkmen to plow into. Gotta go a little bit faster to knock them out though. Would be a nice spot for some more help. Where are you? Back here maybe? Or in one of these rooms. I'm gonna play some pool. The Man of Steel. I heard the bullets. There you are, genius. I don't want to get shot. Let me come on around again faster. Because you gotta like hit them pretty full speed. Alright, so if we go back up this other elevator. Oh no, this is the big boss room. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and come in here and take the power up. That's actually a nice power up right there. Wow, okay. Let's see, priorities here. Get our laser vision in place. Can't remember if he has any other goons or if it's just this one main bad guy in the middle. See what we can do. Okay, well, easy enough. What the heck is he doing? Oh, that's one way to get out. So now I think these dudes are gonna be like in, oh, what's back here? Got, I think, come back here for some cover or something. I don't think these robots are that smart. Oh, I don't know how many of these guys are gonna keep coming in. I also don't want to fly out the window or blow myself up. Just playing it safe. That's all we're doing here. Just afraid if you step in correctly, you'll either find a glitch, get blown up, or lose. And there's nothing fun about that. Meanwhile, this guy's like spazzing out. Okay, I think that's everything. Wait, no, there's another one. What do you know? Okay, here we go. Okay. Looks like Lex Luthor behind the glass, maybe? Or, I don't know. I can't tell who's in there. Maybe Lex. Let's just be very careful here. Just have this fear that, like, just like the wheelchair dude flew out the window, it could soon be me doing the same thing. What are these papers? As planned, I've Professor Hamilton prisoner at StarLabs. I'll drain him dry on your say-so. Metallo, Lois Lane is with me at Lexcorp's warehouse. Give me the word and she's mine. Okay. Have the young earthling, Jimmy Olsen. He'll soon feel the force of my power. The computers in my spacecraft have been programmed to keep all of us in this virtual world. Oh, this terrible virtual world. What a punishment. The bombs in the dam have been deactivated. Mala's not reported. We must meet at your office to make new plans. Thank you, God. Okay. So, flying fresh out of Lexcorp with the guy in the cart comes Superman with another round of rings. And a narrator lost in a sea of virtual fog, thanks to Lex Luthor. I don't know if at some point in a game like this you start to get Peaky Blinders, but the ring flying is actually getting a little less annoying with time. I don't know if it's because I've just gotten accustomed to how it works, or because the action missions are actually pretty annoying too. These are less annoying, so then you're kind of going, which one do I hate more? Either way, we're flying through the sky, taking names, kicking tail, all that good stuff. Here we go. Lots of rings, plenty to keep Superman busy. The third ride is a nice tour through the skies of Metropolis and all of its relative fog. Oh boy. Had this idea earlier, like why not reward the flyer? Like if you get through the level, the rings with every ring intact, like no mistakes, like I just missed one, so not gonna happen to me, but if that were you, maybe the reward should be you get a checkpoint. So you get to the next round on this level, and you don't have to fly through all these rings again. Just an idea for the developers at Titus. If only I could time travel 27 years and offer the suggestion. Or maybe they could have had a focus group. There's a thought. I wonder if they did. I wonder if they had a panel of people actually reviewing this game that were legit gamers. Because if you read up on this thing, they say the average market for this game was supposed to be ages 6 to 11, and I just don't see children that age getting that buried and invested in this. I think it's too frustrating. There's always the trade-off of saying, well, this game cost $50 or whatever it cost, and therefore you were invested because you had to be. I'm thinking we get away from these dudes. Let's try to get the ones in the sky first. We'll come back. They've got really good aim. We'll give them that. It's the same maneuver with those dudes. Alright, we're going down. Listen for the bombs. There's one. Go a little faster here. There's two. Alright, let's try to work our way down. Trying a new strategy here where I just circle the building. So I think there are 3 of these dudes and they're all kind of in the same... Where are you? Where are you? There you are. Oh, come on. There's 3. Okay, now we got to get up here and deal with the guys with the... Oh man, and I can't see. Where are you? So got the 3 flying guys. Now I got to get these 2 guys. Alright, that's that checkpoint done. So little victories, right? Again, through the cloudy skies of Metropolis. Chance of success 17.2% and falling. But who asked? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Luther's cranking up the heat on this one, but wait, there's more. That is the story of this game. Every time you think you're almost out, they pull you back in. Alright. Obviously, I'm on a bit of an excitement from beating that little annoying setback there we just had. Oh boy. Just don't count the chickens before they hatch, okay? Not a lot of margin for mistake here because I've already missed 2. Flapping the old jaws a bit much, weren't we? Alright, come on around. More rings. Superman eats rings for breakfast, man. He's got this under control. Wow, yeah. The skies of Metropolis in their majestic beauty. And what would life be without a little run down in the dam? Alright, here we go. Coming around the corner. Over and out. Up. Down. Whoo, buddy. Oh, yeah, right. Alright, I don't think I have time to turn around. Say, we're just gonna have to be more careful. That's all there is to it, Soupy. Alright. Slow down a little. Play your game, not theirs. As a kid, most people say that they want their superpower to be flying, but 5 minutes with this game and you'll quickly figure out that's not the greatest strategy. I think the timer is kind of a full sense of security there. See if we can get this guy. There we go. Now we're talking. Superman continues. Let's try to get this knocked out real quick. Rings, we got tornadoes, we got ladies, walking babies, and we got a hunk flying in the sky, Clark Kent style. For mistake anymore. All we're trying to do is ratchet up the intensity. Make you sweat a few more bullets. He's faster than a speeding bullet after all. One seems like another kind of intermediate difficulty. Let's see if these rings start moving. They're moving a little bit, but not inappropriately crazy. Just kind of a slow sway, slow dance in the sky. Get your head out of the clouds, Superman. What's our next task? Destroy the dark shadows in the pedestrian's way. Alright, let's do this. Give him a good hard plow. There's one. Let's see. Okay. What else? Are there any others? Let's check the pedestrian. Where's she headed? Okay, more rings. Alright, well that one was pretty easy. The rings are moving. I'm not saying the rings are easy, but sometimes those little mini game stunts in between, they're just annoying. Looks like we now have a falling rings dynamic. Question for developers: if you're programming the rings' motions and movements, was that fun? Was that fun to design? Was it easy? What did the Executive leadership say when you turn this in. They say, well done, you guys. This is exactly what we were thinking. This is exactly what we thought you were going to give us. Or was it more like, this is an interesting interpretation of America's most beloved superhero, the classic DC Comics character. Alright. We're still going decently strong here. Oh boy. Oh, no. Okay, we gotta get this one. Alright, Soup, let's keep this going, bro. We don't have a lot of time to mess around. No room for error. Thanks to my sloppy flying on the front end. But we do have some dignity left in that that dignity is gone. I was going to say we have some dignity left. Oh boy. I was going to say, in that this is our first time through this set of rings, but I think I got ahead of myself a little bit. In case you can't tell, this is like, I'm like lurching and moving my body different directions to compensate here. So I'm actually getting a bit of a workout. Alright. Good core muscle strength. Oh yeah, that's great. Go ahead and put the ring straight into the floor. That'll stump him. Up and down, they weave and they bob. Oh no, I missed it. Alright, turn around. There's just... Oh yeah, this is a great time save right here. Yeah, wonderful. Okay, good. Alright, they're coming from right here. It seems like we want to get this guy. This is one. Okay, here's the tornado. Did we get it? There's the tornado. There's a bad guy car. Let's get one of these bomber dudes. That's 3. 4. Is that it? Is there any more? What else? Is it this? Alright, I guess we beat that one. So the skater guys just had to go through the checkpoint, I suppose, is all it was. Feels like we're about to the end, unless there's one more mini game after this one, but I'm guessing that might have been it, because we beat the 5 guys, we saved the lady across the thing, we saved the skaters. Seems like that's kind of been the normal pattern. At least 3 mini games. We also beat the 2 tornadoes. That was with the ladies. So maybe this is it. Cross your fingers. This is also me being very presumptuous that I'm gonna just nail this. This part isn't always easy. Oh boy. Oh, that was brilliant. I missed 2. Superman again goes into uncharted waters. I do like how they make his flight path usually land at wherever the next level is going to be. That's one friendly, nicely done to the programmers. It, however, is not enough to change my opinion on this game. What is my opinion? Oh, yes. All right, let's go. This looks like Superman wins. Yeah. Nicely done, Superman. You bet we want to save. Lois's investigation into Lex Luthor's plans has gone too far, and Lex has sent Metallo to take her out of the action. Find Lois before it's too late. Let's play the warehouse. If anybody can handle it, it's you, Superman. Some of these guys. Fly, fly, baby. Lois calls for help. Alright. Flying is your friend in the old warehouse, much like it was in Lexcorp. There are lots of dark shadow guys. And they're locked and loaded. And their aiming seemingly getting better. So just remember, even at 2 miles per hour in this virtual world, Superman is faster than a speeding bullet, so they have trouble hitting him when he flies. But when he's on the ground, you've got to be very conscious of where you're at. Yeah, go ahead and take him out for me, why don't you? Thank you. That's perfect. Got more bad guys to tend to back here. It makes your life a little bit easier if you can knock them out sooner than later. And if you play your cards right, you'll get you a little health power up. The action continues. I think for the most part that is this room clear. There is a little shortcut up here, back into the main room, and a guy to take down that will come back to haunt you later if you're not careful. So go ahead and sucker punch him to the floor, get back into the main room, get rid of this guy. Oh yeah, there's more. That is the slogan of this level. But wait, there's more. My suggestion is just clean house and then let Lois out, which is your next step. is what she wants after all she told you at the beginning. Alright, there should be a little card here. This opens up a secret thing over on this side. This allows you to deactivate the force field to get to Lois. Although it doesn't tell you that. Okay, she's over here. Honey, I'm home. Thank you, Superman. I found out Lex Luthor's smuggling weapons into Metropolis. They're hidden somewhere inside the warehouse. I'll let you know if I learn anything more. Oh no, honey, wait, stay. Okay, never mind. Oh, it's a trap. What are we gonna do? Gonna have to save you again. That's okay. I'm in the business, honey. We will help you. Okay, let these guys take each other out a little bit because we've already cleaned out this room somewhat. There's not as many to knock over. There you go. We're gonna have to just get a little up close and personal there. All right. Come in here. Look out. There is a access card back here to Area 3. So this, I believe, was Area 2. Gonna come on over here. Area 3 is up top. You're trapped, Superman, says Metallo. Alright, well, no time to waste then. Looks like we got kryptonite here. There's Metallo inside, another force field. Push B to activate these computers. Doesn't appear there's any order to it. We're gonna come back over here. Let's get out of the kryptonite room ASAP. And whew, take a breather. Look at that handsome guy. An American stud. Alright. And here we are. Let's get to work with Metallo. Hold down A if you don't feel like punching hard. Okay, you're out of time. You gotta press B really quick to turn off each of these workstations. This is gonna unlock some things. But you're on a timer because Lois Lane is at the end of the hall and could die if you're not back with her in time. Luthor's created an assembly line to build Lexoskull 5000s. It's controlled by a computer somewhere nearby. I'm going to investigate for it. No, you don't need to do that, honey. You don't have to do that. Superman will handle it. Oh no, they're back. Help me. Oh boy, surprise, surprise. More of these dark shadows. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna prepare for some more fighting. Got some robots to have some combat with over here. There's that one gone. But he's got a friend, and they don't take much to hold down the A. We've got to get these turned off ASAP. Otherwise, this room is going to be full of these. Poor Lois be smashed to bits. This game's rated E, so they can't show that on screen. So, anyway. Alright, we're going to zone... Is it zone 2? I think it is zone 2. Now we can go down a little further. Gotta figure out how to turn this thing off. Watch out for any bad guys in here. Oh, there she is again. There's Lois again. And there may be somebody in here. There usually is. Thankfully there's a health power up. A little one, not a great one. Okay. So, something else we need to take care of first, I guess. It was zone 4, wasn't it? So we're gonna take this guy out. Take this guy out. I think there might be another one in here somewhere. These look very explosive, so let's be careful. Okay, got some freezing breath. The adventures continue. Computer stopped. I think we need to get back to Lois. Last I checked, was she down? No, she wasn't over here. Let's see here. She's not over here yet. Okay, zone 2. What else do we need to do? Do we need to do something down here? Maybe. No, we were already in here. Okay. Let's see, we turned off the computer there. What did we do in here? Is there something else over here we needed to do? Access to area opened. There it was, okay. Alright, we're gonna go over here. Alright, and then let's find our way into area 2. Preferably without blowing something up. Okay, I think this is area 2 here. Okay, also known as zone 2. See if there's anybody in here. All right, Lois appears missing behind the glass. This guy has been chomping at the bit to get a piece of Superman. So let's give him a good time. There we go. Got more excitement in here. All right. See anybody else down here? All right. Somewhere back here, the developers have given a kind gift. And that is some more health, which we desperately need. Lois is nowhere to be seen, but if you look at this panel right here, it looks a little bit different, doesn't it? Could it be that Metallo has a trap door? Absolutely, he could. Sounds like a Lex Luthor kind of maneuver, one of his foes. So because these boxes don't explode when you throw them, you can assume that there's actually a greater purpose for them. So grab hold of the box, plop it down into this blue force field, got one left. And there's my lady. Why do you keep doing this? Thank you, Superman. We can leave this dreadful place now. I couldn't have said it better, my dear. Let's do it. But before you go, let me get these X-ray eyes here. All right. Lois is on the run. And what may feel like the longest corridor walk of your life, you are saving an American iconess. Iconess, is that a word? Stride for stride. If you get too far ahead, she'll stop. So the best advice I could give is stay close. There are bad guys waiting. I feel like this one in particular on the ledge is kind of in a sneaky spot. I don't know of any easier way to get down and deal with them. I really wish I could carry Lois, because she definitely doesn't seem to be real fond of being on her own, except whenever she doesn't need to be, and then of course that's dangerous. Where are you, dear? Walk with me. Can't hardly turn your back on her. The game is generous enough to give you a little heads up when she's in trouble. She also likes to freeze, though. The two of you partner to escape, only she chooses to walk slower than Superman's reflexes can punch. Can't see very good. I assume there's somebody else down here, though. Let's get him. Coming down to the climactic showdown here. Oh, she's being attacked. Where are you? How did you get so far behind? Alright, now she's ready to run. Alright, honey. Forgive me for this, for I've sinned. Alright, here we go. Got lead detected. Alright. There we go. Now, which one of these might be lead? Maybe it's this one. Where would our favorite bad guy be? Alright. What do you mean being attacked? I gotta bail Lois out real quick. Who are you being attacked by? Superman wins. Yeah. Yeah, he does. Are you ready to fly? Let's take the fourth ride.
Then there's no time to waste.
We got wings. And I've got a list of various tidbits. Superman 64 related trivia and the like. Because these ring levels often give us big chunks of time to talk while we play, as compared to the more action-oriented levels where attention's really got to be devoted a little bit more exclusively to combat. So, first point we'll discuss is the fact that Superman 64 was actually the first 3D Superman video game. There were a handful of other versions made before. I think dating back to even possibly the Atari. I can't look right this second, but thought that was interesting. Everybody jokes about the fog in the game, but it actually has something to do with what they call the draw distance. The game didn't have great draw distance, and oftentimes in these throwback games you'll see that. I'm thinking specifically like the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater series, where there was just a limitation. You couldn't. It might not have always been technical, it could have also been laziness on the part of the designers, but I think in some cases it's the capacity of the game, like what you could afford to squeeze into the game. Some of these cartridges had as low as like 8 megs, which I have to double check Superman 64, but it was definitely one of the smaller capacity cartridges compared to some of the more extensive games like the Perfect Darks or ones that really pushed the system to its limits. World is Not Enough, another good example where they really pushed it to its limits. But that discussion's not quite for today, is it? Today we're flying through rings, we're comfortable, we're enjoying ourselves. The fourth ride so far is a comfort cruise through the skies of Metropolis. And there we are at our first checkpoint. We got shadows to kill. There's one loaded with rocket launchers. Oh. Easier said than done, apparently. Let me get quiet here. That one was a closer call than I was planning for. Titus Interactive had plans for a sequel, but it was ultimately shelved, despite the fact that the game sold over 500,000 units, and that would make it one of the better selling games on N64. I don't know ranking-wise how that stacks up against the other games. Have to look that up sometime, but regardless, it had an impressive impact on the gaming market despite its obvious flaws and struggles. A little bit on Titus that I looked up. So Titus Interactive had a number of titles under its belt. They often went for licensed material. So, as an example, they had some Blues Brothers games. They had a handful of other Disney titles, earlier consoles in particular. Oh, this ring is not playing real nice, is it? Let's see here. Let's get this one. So what ultimately happened to Titus? Well, if you look online, pretty much the verdict is that they filed for bankruptcy in 2005, but there were a few other games released. Prior to that, I think there was a Garfield game was the final game put out, but you can't help but think that perhaps there was just a reputational impact with this game being such a high profile release, getting backlash, despite the fact that they delivered on a budget and mostly pleased their sales expectations. Most people still consider the game not that great. Where are we going now? I'm actually having trouble seeing. There it is. That one was a punishment as far as that was concerned. I think it's taking you over and under. I see. What else? What else can we talk about? I'll take another peek here in just a second. This ring pattern is doing something different in that it's circling around. So we'll give the developers some props on that. I think this level does change up some of the mechanics that go along with it. Looks like we got a red ring, so here we go. What do we have now? Destroy 3 mine droppers. Oh boy, and it's on a timer. These mine dropper. Come on now. Let's get rid of that thing. Okay, where are you guys? Am I going the right direction? If I were a mine dropper, where would I be? There they are. Aha. There's one. And yes. That's those mine droppers handled. I gotta say, genuinely not trying to get too ahead of myself here, but this stage hasn't gotten too annoying yet, which is a compliment to this game. Because there is kind of this like perpetual build of like, okay, if the game is getting harder each level, and it was pretty hateable from the very beginning, it can only go downhill from here. So in some ways you have to ask yourself, as developers, we're racing the clock. figuring out ways to make these particular challenges harder and harder. No. How did they do? I mean, if you were just grading this game, not on a scale of is this fun or are the controls clunky, but more along the lines of where are we going? Going in the water here. If you were grading it on the difficulty of just doing ring stages, let's say this was a car game, some type of racing game, and you just had an understanding that this was the objective, would you hate it so much if the game was branded and packaged differently? I think that's ultimately kind of the ethical conundrum or quandary that this discussion often overlooks, is the fact that there was so much of the whole Wizard of Oz behind the green curtain. Got hostages to rescue. We'll hold that thought. Okay, hold on. Where are you? Alright. That was kind of fun. You weren't having to travel to some strange, obscure location you couldn't figure out. You didn't have to track them. It was just some good old-fashioned action. I like that. Need more of that. Anyway, where were we? We were talking about the Wizard of Oz conundrum with this game. You had these big demonstrations, E3, and these big gaming review companies getting early releases and blah blah blah, and all these promises of this giant world that Superman could be in and live in and play in. Imagine a metropolis where you could walk around and explore a little more, kind of like some of the Spider-Man-like titles that came out a few years later on the next-gen consoles. Like, that could have made this game next-tier greatness, really. So we didn't get that. What the heck? And we have found a glitch. Alright, I'm gonna use my radar. I don't know what happened there. Say your prayers, I can get back to where I'm supposed to go. That was weird. People often talk of this game's glitches, and I have found some, but that one was a strange one where it like catapulted me to a totally different area at a very rapid speed. Huh. Anyway, we were talking about open world Superman, the game this could have been, how it could have been N64's ultimate superhero game with the right adjustments. Maybe that was just supposed to be like a gust of wind, but it seemed unrealistic. But you have these massive levels. Obviously the game wouldn't have been able to support a whole lot of technical depth to characters or interplay or any of that stuff, but I think it's just the idea that you could. Okay, where am I going? Where am I going? even if you could just go inside of like 10% of these spaces, what a game changer. But also one of the complaints I've seen or heard talked about is along the lines that like the box art shows like the heat vision and the x-ray eyes and the ice blowing and all that. You can fly around everywhere, and it's just simply not the case, right? So we could complain a lot about that and continue to moan and groan, but honestly, like, by making it more of a treat or a reward to get those skills, it adds a finesse required to do well with the game. And I'm kind of okay with it. This is just me reflecting. We're on, what, the 7th level? I'm not that bothered by that directional decision. Where are we going? Where are we going here? There we go. Sounds like more mine droppers. That's what I was thinking. Where are you? There's some. There's one. There's two. There's three. 4. Here's number 5. Oh, come on, turn around, boy. Where'd you go? There you are. There's 5. Superman's health a little bit low. Thankfully we get a reprieve. Back to the rings. Let's just try to play this safe and smart. I suspect moving toward what I would assume is the latter part of the stage, just based on previous parts of the game, the heat is going to get cranked up on these rings, possibly. I do like the frog in the kettle approach, where it's just kind of a slow build up versus being insanely crazy from the get-go. So I'm going to kind of just take us back to that other discussion. If this game had been, let's imagine there was a Superman game that was concentrated on exploring Metropolis and fighting, and then another one that was more on the mechanics of flight. But you couldn't have both in the same game, but instead Titus released them into 2 separate games. Would you hate this so much if this game was just pretty much all ring stages? Maybe a little bit of the action sequences in between? Would that redeem the game? If it was packaged and sold that way, you wouldn't have felt so duped. I don't have the box art anymore. I do still have the cartridge, but you can find pictures of that online. But I think there's just a glaring omission of how limited the game truly was. But also keeping in mind, this was, like we talked about at the beginning, the first 3D Superman game. So It's not like there was a baseline to measure from. Superhero video games were taking center stage and taking shape, but I think there was still a certain amount of freedom at that time versus run-of-the-mill patchwork quilt. Plug and play, copy and paste, insert your character, which in some ways I think a lot of newer ones might be guilty of. That said, I don't play a lot of new ones. And the main reason I'm stuck on this one is just because I got obsessed with trying to beat it. So it's a healthy obsession. And we get to talk as Superman flies through the sky. So if we look at the business case of how this may have inadvertently sort of sunk the franchise that was Titus Interactive. Marketing and branding fails. Divide between executives and direction at Warner Brothers versus direction at Titus. A lack of clear vision cast and what the game actually was compared to what people were expecting it to be. All those things compounded and made for what ultimately was rated something like 23 out of 100 stars, or on a scale of 23 to 100. Here we arrive at the Daily Planet, and Superman wins. And we're going to take a moment and recognize this milestone. Maybe this level is just too easy, or maybe we're just getting better, because this is the first time I beat a level the first time through. Let's play Park Place. News flash. Photographer Jimmy Olsen's being held prisoner by Darkseid's parademons in the Daily Planet's underground garage. Free Jimmy, knock out Darkseid, and take the villain to the police. Let's do this.
This looks like a job for Superman.
Hey, pal. Wait. Hey, pal. Yeah. There's our boys in blue. Metropolis is counting on you, Superman. Bring us back Darkseid. Oh, thank you. I'm so thrilled with your civil service while you sit there and enjoy your donuts. Why can't you be more helpful? Got a garage full of criminals in here, full of dark shadows. And what do? You just sit in there and wait for me. That's not cool, man. That's not cool at all. Meanwhile, the game is struggling to keep up. You see the lag-o-matic happening here? It's like you're moving too fast for your own good. So, PSA, flying is your friend in Park Place. Similar to the warehouse level, where it feels like there's an endless amount of these clowns. You will have plenty shooting at you, wanting you dead, virtually speaking. Never for real, of course. So, try to clean house a little bit, because
every one of these guys you leave now will inhibit your ability to win later. So don't rush. This level takes tedious, fine-tooth comb, calculated sort of measurements. Because it's just the way it was designed. It's also full of frustrating glitches. So if you're not dead, you might end up melted into the floor or stuck in some black hole dimension in the dark rooms where there's no way out. So one affirming thing I'll say, this level you kind of feel a little more like a superhero because you're not just flying through rings, you got plenty of bad guys to fight, you're chasing the clock. Most of the clock chasing exercises are not terribly fast in the sense of, oh boy, that's not what I was trying to do. Not terribly fast, but that means you have a little more time to navigate. But you just got to be attentive because there's so many of these dudes. And apparently a blowing up car is not enough to kill them. My suggestion would be to leave as many of the health power-ups as possible until you need them, because there's just too many scenarios in this level where you might need it later. In particular, the end. I haven't actually beaten this one yet. I was very close my last go around. I could see the finish line. Blew up a tank, and then what happened? One of these guys plowed me over anyway. So this is the top level. Now to get down to our pal Jimmy, we've got to get down here on level 1. Guess you could say it's the basement level. And in case one bad guy down here wasn't enough, there's 3 or 4. And a nicely timed health power up. So let's fly. Alright. It's just a lot more satisfying when I can hit you full speed, you know? Same with you, dude. Hey, pal. Can I see your access card? You're not authorized to be on this floor. Tank! Look out! Sometimes they just die for no reason. Sometimes they die because of friendly fire. One thing that I do appreciate about this here level is the ability to punch through some walls, take out a few bad guys, charge up your health a bit. The corridors do get a wee bit confusing because there are so many. So you kind of got to get your bearings down here. There's something about the red cape that makes these guys just really want to hurt you. It's not personal, it's business. Oh boy, lag-o-matic. Here we go. Thankfully, despite the terrible refresh rate, he's still hitting them fast enough to kill them, so... And remember, these deaths are purely virtual, right? So it is a satisfying slap when you can knock that guy down. Alright, what have we here? We gotta make the pathway for Jimmy a little more accessible, because he's just a wee pipsqueak, you know? Yeah. Alright, hold on. Yeah. Our favorite superhero. Man. There's no shortage of these shadows, huh? Probably 100. Alright, so here we go. Jimmy, where are you, son? One minute you're delivering papers for the Daily Planet, the next you're under a robot's ransom. This looks promising. Maybe, maybe not. More bad guys. Yeah, sure, why not? Always wanted to do that. Alright, here you go. Might as well put that heat vision to work. Alright. We're still looking. We're still looking for our old pal Jimmy and cleaning house on these useless wastes of space. So, bear with me. Try hard not to find any glitches. This looks like Jimmy's spot. These bricks mean you can punch, so boom. Ah! Superman! No! They're programmed to destroy me if you step forward. You have to find Luther's access card. It's the only way to deactivate those shadow creeps. I saw him drop it under his black car. All right, Jimmy, if you say so. This guy enjoys his job up top a little too much. There we go. Let's get rid of you. Jimmy. Son. I will get you out of this mess. Take a little freight elevator up top. Probably going to be some troublemakers up here. Why don't we just ignore that for the time being? Those are tomorrow's problems. Hey. There we go. Okay. Luther's car. There it is, which means he's got some bodyguards watching it, right? Makes sense. Save that health. Save that health. Save that health. Alright. So under Luther's car here, we're just going to kind of punch it. We got the access card. Might need it later. It's hard to say. Let's find our way back down stairs. Before we go to Jimmy, I'm thinking we might need to do a little bit of other homework on this level here. So, right here, oh boy. More bad guys, what do you know? Okay, we want to clean house as best as we can. So this floor has got more opportunities to do that too, so why don't we do that? Oh, wow. Are you trying to make me be a superhero or what, man? Cloudy with a chance of pain, 100%. There we go. Yeah, nice. There's more of you. There's more of you. So many of you wanting to hang out with me. I'm flattered. Remind me and I'll bring my own gun next time. Virtually speaking, of course. Whoops. That was explosive. Okay, what are we looking for? Some laser vision? Sure, why not? Might come in handy. Sounded like another bad guy. Okay. So many of you guys. So many to entertain. Oh, lovely. Did you miss the mind droppers? 'Cause they're back. To make your life more complicated. Absolutely a blast. Absolutely, positively. Seems like we haven't been here yet, have we? If you're not particularly directionally inclined, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this level is not a great one for those that struggle with that. I include myself in that. I think I punched one through the door. You know what? At this phase, thank the developers for this kind gesture. Go on your merry way. Oh, come on. Seems like we're getting warmer. All right. Let's see. I hear bullets. All right, let's see. Come on now. Are there more? Probably. All right. So here's a little helpful hint. This level doesn't get any easier as you go, but I did figure out you can move these over where they're supposed to go early. Save yourself some headache later. So Jimmy is down in the basement. We got Luther's card, but when we get back to Jimmy, we're gonna run out of time. Gonna run out of time to get up here where the kryptonite is stored. You can see that kryptonite indicator on the screen. And so you can strategically position these boxes now. Walk into them till they're covered up good. And down here you'll have something that you'll deal with shortly. So, meanwhile, go ahead and try to clear out the floor as best as you can, including these things, because they're not going to get any easier to deal with. Apparently people still want you dead. So, one of these rooms has a couple of these guys. Get your slapping on. Pick up your freezing breath. Sometimes if you fly right into it. Okay, got one big health power up. There's two. Neither of those are great, but we'll take what we can get. So I would circle around one more time. Make sure there's nothing else. Make sure there's no one else after you. Try not to find any glitches. Let's take the elevator. We actually need to go back down to the first floor to get Jimmy. Now that we've got Luther's access card. He's in here somewhere. This looks about right. Make sure we're in the right spot. Thank you, Superman. Darkseid plans to blow up the building. He's hidden a bomb in here. You're our only hope. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. Meanwhile, we're just going to get out of here and pretend that didn't happen, right? So it's back up to the second floor for some more excitement. If we can remember how to get there. Okay, that wasn't the way. It is indeed a claustrophobic maze of shadows, this level. But life finds a way. Be ready. Probably some more bad guys spawned, typically. Your guess is as good as mine which direction to go. Maybe I'll get lucky. It doesn't look like the right way. Let's try this way. Okay, maybe. No, that's not it. Let's try. Now I'm officially turned around. I don't know. Want to talk about confused? Let's try this way. I think there's sort of a trick to this. You just got to figure out what it is. Got this freight elevator. Maybe it's actually down here. You got to take a different freight elevator. There's two of them. Let's come all the way around. Oh yeah, this is a bit awkward, but yeah, you need to get out of the way, don't you? This looks more like where I need to be. Okay. Don't mind me, I'm just floating. Okay, this looks promising. Maybe. Is this the one? No. Well, maybe it's this one. No, not this one. Nope. Well, the clock is ticking. And we're getting closer to losing if we're not careful. Okay, this looks like the right spot. So those boxes were already positioned. So now we need to come in here. This is now unlocked. Do your freezing breath. Gotta do it really well. And the way you know you did it right is the clock will stop. Clock stopped. Now it's time to deal with Darkseid. Well done, Superman, but Darkseid doesn't accept defeat easily. He'll be back for revenge. Of course he will, Jimmy. Thank you. Not knocking out all the bad guys. There he is. There's our friend. Ah. Well, that'll do it, won't it, pal? Wasn't exactly a real exciting rendezvous. But let's be careful here because we've still got to get him all the way upstairs to the police car. And tanks love to just like magically appear. Superman has a pizza pie, spinning, spinning round and round, enjoying himself a little too much. Where shall we go, Superman and foe? All right. Don't get overconfident, Soup. Oh, and he can't use his... There's Jimmy. There's Luther's car. Oh boy, where'd you go? I got him, buddy! I got him! Let's take Darkseid to the police, Superman! Alright, are you gonna lead me? Where are you? Oh, well, that was helpful. Not. Oh, and now he's stuck up here. Perfect. Let's not glitch anything up yet. This is a long stretch here. We gotta play things smart. Don't want to lose this guy. Don't want to lose this level. What have we here? Oh boy, a tank. Yes, of course. Something else to throw us off. That's why I was mentioning it's worth keeping some of those health power-ups, because you just never know when it might come in handy. And there may be more of those in here, I don't know. This is uncharted territory for me. I do know I will be incredibly satisfied if I can defeat this level. I don't know. Doesn't seem like that was quite where we needed to go. Supposedly you can sort of fly, but it gets very glitchy. You gotta be careful with this. There's Luther's car. Gotta be very careful. If you're anything like me, Superman wins! Darkseid's out cold. We'll watch him until you return, Superman. Yeah! Look at how watery my eye is. Man, I've been doing this too long.
All right. Who's ready for the fifth ride?
Then there's no time to waste.
We're starting in the sky. We got some rings. We've had a weekend to rest. What could go wrong? All kinds of stuff, really. But that's no attitude to have right out the gate. We're cool, calm, collected, seasoned. It's not the years, it's the mileage, right? Trying to play it safe here. Don't really know what I've got up ahead. Wondering what these next adventure levels are going to have for us. What the mini games this little session may have. Probably something I'm not gonna like. But that's the general theme of this particular game, mostly. I've been reflecting some on Park Place, the last level we beat, and I would say so far that one was probably my favorite. Okay, so let's try to get a jump on these tornadoes. That one was nice. which means its partner will not be so nice. That's a definite. Okay. Well, at least they're giving me a reprieve on this. I didn't have to start all the way over. Getting a little more tricky with the rings here. So our previous victory on Park Place, though it took some time and some glitches, on the whole, a very satisfying superhero-like level. And I'm thinking, more than likely, I'll do some kind of a post-mortem analysis of each level. Which ones I hated, which ones I hated less. Oh, this one's tricky. This was a tricky, sneaky level. Alright, let me see here. Where are you? Where are we going? Wow, I'm using the radar. Oh. Okay, there it was. Getting a little sneaky with that ring. But I lost the last round, so I am trying not to miss, because I think I must have just missed that one before, and it cost me. The rings are definitely next level tough here, rightfully so. Our 5th mission in the sky, in the water, on the ground, wherever you want to describe it. Kind of feel like this particular gameplay mode, maybe they should have just made this more like an action. What am I trying to say? Made this where this was another, like a sidebar arcade challenge, like just something you did for fun, and then had the more adventure levels totally separated. So 10 levels of those, 10 levels of these, but basically 2 games built into one. And for those that don't really like this challenge, they're not stuck having to mess with it. Then we're only left with critiquing the action parts. Where are we here? I gotta be mindful of time. There's one. Apparently, Superman's ability to fly and breathe underwater was often scrutinized in the developmental phase between Titus and Warner Brothers. There's just some questions regarding where are we going here? There it is, sorry. Questions regarding Superman's abilities. And thankfully, the old trusty comic books of yesteryear proved Titus useful to justify their actions. Oh boy. Down to the wire on this one, but I made some mistakes early. Alright,
Let's try this one. Get into the heart of the tornado. That's the tip there. Okay. Never have been real great at those tornado mini games. We're flying into the sky. This is where the radar is coming in handy big time, because these rings are nuts. As far as properly ratcheting up the difficulty on the ring finagling, I think this is good. I think it's the right amount of hard compared to a baseline of where the game started. Still not sure about the mini games themselves. I think in some cases those have been hit and miss on which ones were harder than others. And it does leave you wondering, did they even have the mini games to begin with, or was it more of a complaint? Like, hey, if all he's gonna do is fly through rings, people are gonna think this game's really lame. Maybe we can incorporate a little bit of the action elements from the adventure levels into the ring levels, just to break things up. So I think I went through that ring, but whatever. We'll keep going. Alright, we're taking a dip. Where are we headed? Better use the old radar. Let's be careful here. There's one thing you don't want to redo on these ring levels. It's the same set of rings over and over again. And sadly, I've been that guy many times. Oh, come on. Including this time, potentially. We'll see. Can you imagine the people putting together the step-by-step manuals on this, like trying to map these rings out? I guess you would have to just kind of have a master map of Metropolis sketched out in some kind of crazy detail, and then write it down. Probably wouldn't be able to mark every circle unless you just had that kind of capacity or bandwidth to devote to this. But man, oh man, I haven't gone online to read, but I wonder how many. Does every level pretty much have the exact same amount of rings to fly through? I know time-wise it's pretty similar, but like, is it a magic number? Sounds like some more noise or something. Got some more tornadoes. Alright, let's see. Let's find them. Alright, we're going to get into this first one. Oh, come on. Alright, that's one. Let's see if we can handle some tornadoes. Come on. There we go, there's one. There's two. Seems like pressing R, like trying to stop right in the middle of it. Definitely a great help. So we fly again. Finally. Heart rate up. Wonder if anybody's ever like, where are we? Okay. Oh gosh. Say linked like a smartwatch and then put that on screen. I don't own one. I'm intentionally low tech, but seriously. The rings are getting bouncy. This isn't even our last ride, is it? But if you're not royally annoyed, you're probably doing something wrong. I really tried to put on the rose-colored glasses today. It's not working so far. Fifth ride is a pain. It's sad because I found the fourth ride a lot more enjoyable. And maybe it's because those tornado mini games don't really give a friendly checkpoint until you defeat them. Clock continues to tick. We continue to unpredictably find rings. And if it weren't for the help of our radar, which I'm eternally grateful for on these ring levels, we'd be in a heap of trouble. Where are you? There you are. Okay, that was annoying. Now, I don't really know how much time I have to monkey around here, so I'm going to try to see if I can maneuver a little bit faster for a little bit. Who am I kidding? Just keep going. Nobody's asking for perfection. In my case, it's just completion. I want to succeed. I want to be one of the few, the proud, those that completed Superman 64. No cheating, just patience, grit, determination, and a substantial amount of sarcasm. I'm not doing too well right now. Here we go. Ooh. So then the question becomes, how much margin did the developers give on this particular leg of the rings? Because there are a lot of them. And they are moving a whole lot. And I am not doing super swell, candidly. I like when they give you kind of these little stints where it's a little bit less insane. There's a red ring. I think we're okay, but probably got some dark shadows locked and loaded here. I don't think there's any innocent bystanders. But we do have to be strategic on our hits or we are in trouble. So there's 4 of them. They're not really hiding, it's just needing to hit them full speed. Oh, come on. There's 1. Oh, yeah, seriously. Alright, let's be a little more careful with this one. 1 left. Where are you? Alright. So the dark shadow's done. Got some more rings. We're bound to be nearing the end, surely. The 5th ride is no comfort cruise, I'll tell you that much. Mini games are not awful, but the rings, they're hard. My thumb is getting sore. Don't remember thinking that much on the rest of these levels that my thumb was that sore, so must mean I'm hitting the joystick pretty hard to compensate for the changes. I wonder how many smashed controllers happened as a result of this game. People just slamming it down, chunking the cartridge. Of those 500,000 units sold, how many people truly saw it through to the finish line? How many people took the time to even try to figure out how to get to the finish line? That's another question, because this game has just had a bizarre story arc. I mean, if you want to call it a story arc, whatever it is. The rhythm and the flow is just way too bizarre. Like nothing I've ever seen or played before, I'll give them that much. So it's kind of like when you're asked to give a review on something that you're struggling to find something real affirming to say. A book or a movie, a game. Like something you've never seen before. Then just omit the paragraph of complaints that happen right after that. Boom, you got yourself a blurb on what makes it great. Great game seller. Nearing the finish line, or at least for this leg of the tour. Let's see. Got stuck there for a second. StarLab's Superman wins. Take that, 5th ride. Let's play StarLab. Professor Hamilton has escaped the parasite's clutches and hidden himself behind a force shield in the StarLabs. The parasite is trying to catch the professor by raising the water level in the tunnels. Find Professor Hamilton and work together to escape StarLabs and beat the parasite. Let's go for it.
Then there's no time to waste.
You'll never find Hamilton in time. The water tank will be filled with water in a few minutes. Ha ha ha. Oh yeah? Sorry, pal, I couldn't resist. Ha ha ha. I don't think you'd be laughing. Superman just laid the hurt on you, boy. Alright, we're gonna try to find Professor Hamilton. Got some heat vision, let's go ahead and grab that. Oh boy, and a tank. Because that just seems appropriate, right? there's our old friend. Punch the computer code in the next room. It's the only way to stop the water. I'll wait for you here. Okay. So I'm just gonna assume that we're gonna go back to where the bad guy was. Like there was some computer equipment in there. Okay. Definitely a different look to this level. Alright, you'll never get past to punch in those codes, so we're in the right place. Let's see, let's get this middle one first. This guy wants to fight, doesn't he? Are you picking a fight? Are you picking a fight? I'm just gonna run around a little bit. I'm not gonna engage you too much. There we go. Let's lower some water. Oh boy. Okay, let's see if we can get out of here before we get into any more hand-to-hand combat. Okay. Let's go back to the professor and see what to do next. I'm going to try not to overindulge in engaging these other bad guys here. See what happens. Like Superman, you have to catch the parasite in the force field. Don't worry, it'll work even underwater. Okay. Great. A trusty mine dropper waiting for us. Oh boy. Let's see here. Where are we going? Where are we going? Come on now. Alright, good, good. Make the parasite follow you into the trap. Oh boy. This is the trap right here. Crab people. Okay. Oh, more crab people. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm using that up. I'm totally using that up right now. Alright. Let's got a health power up over here. Let's go ahead and take it. Okay. That'll help us. Let's find the professor again. Watch out for that mine dropper. Make parasite follow you into the trap. Okay. Oh boy, that guy wants me dead. Okay, now there's a green force field right there, so that might be the trap we're after. Alright, get this guy in here. Oh, he's mad now. Okay, come on in here. What is this thing? Is he coming? I think he's stuck. Come on, buddy. You wanna fight? Fight like a man. Come in here. Show you a good time. Alright. Oh, okay. Don't think we actually have to fight him that much. He may have caught me as Superman, but the professor's still trapped. Okay. So he is. I've been
I'm taking a heap of hurting too. Alright. So let's go back down, I guess. Oh no, not these guys. I hate these things. Just get out of my life. Alright, here's that. Alright, let's see here. What else have we got going on? We've got Professor, what's he say? Got any hints? We'll find the computer controlling this force field upstairs. Use it to set us free. Okay. So, wonder if I can get this mine dropper. Alright, get him out of the way for later, because he may sneak attack us, and that wouldn't be so great, would it? I really don't want you flying this hallway. Okay. Got some running shoes. Why don't we save that? Because we're gonna have to let the professor out, right? Alright, so there's a computer somewhere. Oh no, are you guys? Can I blow you up? Is that a possibility? No, of course not. Why don't we just deal with you now so I'm not dying at the end? Hopefully that's the end. Is it this? It's not this computer. I think we've already engaged these, right? Okay. Is there another one of those robot things? Somewhere close by. Oh, there you are. Get rid of those StarLabs. Yeah. Got a power up. Force field is down. We'll take it. Is it this guy? No. Okay. It's down here. Oh yeah. Nicely done. Okay. What is this? There's the handsome reflection again. Okay, let's just come back down. See if we can save this guy. Maybe some of that house cleaning we did earlier with the bad guys will help our lives be a little bit easier. I don't know, maybe not. This game, you never can tell. Alright. Let's try to move through a little faster. Okay. Okay, got some, oh yeah. Got lots of running shoes. See some soupy Superman really fast. Oh boy, more of these guys. See if we can. They really don't want you to win, do they? Okay, this would be a stupid way to die. Alright, there you are. Superman wins. Press start. Yes. Not realistic though. These guys would totally be blowing us up at the end, right?
Let's play. 6th ride. So interestingly, the music carries over from the previous level, which is different. There's also these flying characters to disrupt and distract us, which I don't know what those are, but just observations here. So StarLab is still fresh on the mind. Was not a bad level. crab characters were interesting to combat, but thankfully there was plenty of laser vision and health power-ups nearby. Now we take the 6th ride, slow and steady, but not too slow, of course, because we're racing the clock. So as we get closer and closer to the game's end, what do you think of this game? Is it so bad it's good? Is it just terrible? Do you feel sorry for those that were involved in the process? Do you feel sorry for those that were duped into buying it? Or were they duped? As many would often say, it's all about what you make of it, right? If you go into something and you decide, hey, I want to love this, it's going to take you some time to warm up to it, but it could become an acquired taste, right? That is a possibility. So, I'm not saying this is definitively going to become an acquired taste for me, but similar to a student in like an algebra classroom, at least to me, I've often wondered, like, after I get technically adept at something, would I go back and enjoy it more knowing how to do it? So I hated algebra when I was in the classroom, but now as an adult, I feel motivated to try to learn again. I know this has nothing to do with Superman, but it's kind of a similar idea. You never would have heard me saying in my younger years, I want to learn math. Never. I just wanted to be able to comprehend the basics. And so maybe in some cases, just it's a game misunderstood, a game plagued with problems and glitches and timelines, but also it's like algebra. It's a complex math that without the proper guidelines, you're going to struggle with. I don't know, just some food for thought. Looks like we're nearing our next check. Clear the way for the 2 cars. Okay, let's do that. What have we here? Okay, here's one. Oh, come on. Where'd you go? Oh boy. Apparently they're moving, so let's watch out. No. There we go. There's one. Let's get number 2 here. Okay, there we go. Let's get number 3. These all look suspiciously like Lex Luthor's car, don't they? Let's just make sure these guys are doing okay. All right. Let's keep going. All right. Get your gyrations ready, because I think these rings are gonna start going a little nutso from the looks of things. It's all right. Used some exercise this morning. Eat your bowl of Wheaties and beat you around a Superman 64 before you start the day. It's good for you. What if this game had been adapted for the Wii console? Can you imagine? Like the Xbox Connect, something like that, where you were having to physically do all the weaving and wobbling. I think I mentioned before, a sequel was in development at one point. Definitely has you wondering what that would have entailed. Would it have been on the N64 or on another console? I'm not really sure. We discussed how it made it onto Game Boy but never made it on the PlayStation. What will our next mini game be? I think we're all about to find out at the same time. This is my first round. Oh boy. Okay, let's try this again. Slow down a little bit, buddy. Okay, here we go. Up and at 'em. The shortest poem ever written. Fleas. Adam had 'em. Up and at 'em, boy. Alright, where are we here? Alright, there's very little time. Let's get the tornadoes. Alright. I don't know which one to go to first. One. Oh, come on. I don't have time for this. Come on, be a superhero. You gotta be kidding me. Oh, thank you, God. I hate those. Okay, let's get some more rings. Still catching my breath from those tornadoes. Sorry, folks. So we continue through the skies of Metropolis, like always, on the 6th ride. Far from cool, calm, or collected, as we were on the 5th ride. However, hope is in sight because an end to the game draws nearer with each round, right? So now it's just a matter of if we have what it takes to be a real champion of Superman 64. I can't tell you. I've never beat it before. Is the ending satisfying? Heartbreaking? Do you start to have a void or a hole in your heart after the game is over, wishing you had another annoying challenge? More mind games with Lex Luthor in this virtual scape of excitement and opportunity? Are you just happy to have the slate cleared to play something more fun? To be decided. I don't know if you can truly answer even right after you beat the game. You've got to let some time pass to be an objective responder to this sort of question, right? Are you enjoying the different soundtrack on this level? Because apparently they decided to do that. Destroy the 6 dark shadows. Alright, get your flying on. You got 1 minute. And these guys have got rocket launchers, so seriously. You got very little room to... Alright, we'll take that. 3.5 minutes. What else have we here? Alright, flying up. Oh boy. Just in case we need some extra help here at the end. I missed another one. Let's do this again. Because they're moving as much as they are, it's hard to get through. There we go, let's try this now. What if this game, we talked about the Wii, what if it was like virtual reality and you're like bobbing your head this way and that way, over and around? You probably need a chiropractic adjustment, huh? Whew. Man, oh man. Poor Superman. I know he's the man of steel, but even his virtual spine is bound to be sore by now. Luther wants to make us dizzy, very dizzy, disorient us. And then in the end, do you wake up and say, it was all just a bad dream because it was virtual? I mean, it is a video game after all, but it's a game inside of a game, right? But are these characters that you're going to rescue, are they at real risk? If they're locked in here forever, could they die? Eventually, their body needs sustenance, right? And we're going to assume that Lex Luthor is not that hospitable, so they could definitely be at risk. Alright, this is dumb. Alright, there we go. Let's do this. We're racing the clock here. Let's see if we can get through. Okay, where am I going? Lift the car. Where is it? What the heck? Okay, that was a fake mission that didn't actually happen. Weird. I just kept pushing B, 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 A, and then it allowed me through, so. It didn't really seem like it was in an area where a car would have been a big threat to someone, but I don't know, maybe it's just a major glitch, or maybe there is a way to beat that one. Either way, we continue. And I think this is probably our last round of rings for the 6th ride. Unless there's one more little mini game waiting. I think this is it. This one hasn't exactly been my least favorite. I'll have to go back through and evaluate at the end of the game. Because really, it's less about the rings and more about how annoying the little mini games in between are. I still say that very first ride, having to race to that car, not knowing any of the controls, and then trying to figure out how in the world to rescue those people in such a short amount of time seems like a pretty steep challenge. But what I'll have to do now that I have a pretty good handle on the controls would be go back and see, is it really pretty easy if you know what you're doing? Do I know what I'm doing? I don't know. Seems like it. Then again, maybe I'm getting overconfident and I'm gonna mess this one up. Time will tell. And we should know more than likely in less than 1 minute. Where are we? Superman wins. Nice. There he is.
Let's play Metro.
Lex Luthor's troops have invaded the city through the subways. Only Superman can stop them from taking over the city. Superman, lowercase? Come on. He's an uppercase. He's a proper noun. Alright. This is cool looking. Whoa! Train car. Watch out. Nice moving graphics. Whoa! Easy. Look like there's some side areas. If you want to get into some trouble in here, you can. And, of course, you can fly through the bad guys if that's your preference. Oh, I'm on his head. I can't. That power-up might come in handy later. I'm going to save it unless I get shot a bunch of times. Oh, glitch. Glitch. Apparently, this was a bad idea. Alright, I can't. Alright, I'm going to save that health for now. Just going out of here. Alright. Oh, up and down the sides, looks like more dark shadows, but you're fast enough. I don't know that you've actually got... Oh! Engage them. Got to watch out for those two. It's a double train car scenario there. Although it doesn't look like they're going to run you over. It's more the rocket launcher, dark shadows to be concerned about. Okay. Okay, this is the main substation here. Got an exit. I'm assuming I can't get through yet. That would be too easy. Yeah, okay, there's more to do. But while we're in the neighborhood, clean house a little bit on these dudes. Okay, let's see what else is in here. Oh, got another one. And apparently they want to shoot. That's not cool. After all we've been through. Oh no. I guess this is like a roadblock. You're trapped, Superman. The tunnel will be your grave. I don't think so. We're gonna get out of here. Get back into this main station. Metropolis. There's some nice graphical details here. Let me see. What have we here? We have a guy that needs to be whipped into submission. There we go. Okay, that door was just open. And I don't know if it was just open graphically or if you can get in. This one has a handy dandy, oh boy, glitch. Health power up if you can get to it, looks like. Nicely done there, my old friend. That come in handy later, won't it? I think other than avoiding rocket launchers and the occasional run-in, oh! The main goal of this level is survival. So far from what I can tell, anyway. Two motions at the same time. Very impressive. Oh boy. So is this the end of the line or what? Why are they... They're like trying to blow me to smithereens in here. I can't really take a hit either. Kind of gives some ghost vibes. You ever see that movie? All right, let me see here. So you thought you could escape this way. Watch this. I'm not sure what I'm watching. I didn't see anything. I do know I have to survive, and there's rocket launchers and bad guys everywhere. So I could definitely use some help with a health power-up or something. Oh my gosh, that was obnoxiously loud. Alright, where are you? Is that you? Help me! Okay, I don't know, whatever. Doesn't look like you've got to actually do anything other than save them. Fly through? Oh, yes, thank you. A health power-up of sorts. But there's also some dark shadows to knock over and a bad guy, so... Oh man, and they've got rocket launchers. Lovely. Let me see what we can do. Machine guns, rocket launchers. Where's that guy? It's a crazy robot dude. We've met before, haven't we? And I also can't... Whoa, what's going on now? Why not just explode a hole in the roof? That works. Alright, let's play this safe. Where are we going? Are we coming out? There we go. Maybe? Maybe not. Maybe on the other side. Is there more to do? Or are we flying out of here? The hole in the ceiling. Superman wins. Nice. Let's play 7th Ride.
Then there's no time to waste.
What in the world could be in store for us on the 7th Ride? We're about to find out. The rings are getting crazy. We've defeated the metro station and the robot inside, all the dark shadows with the rocket launchers. And apparently, to jar us a little, Lex Luthor feels the need to make us exercise a little bit more before a final showdown. can't say the 7th ride is something that I have been counting down the minutes for, but we have trained hard. We have trained very hard. So whatever our pal Lex wants to throw at us, we're ready. Other than making us redo it whenever we fail one of the mini games. That part, it's when the attitude adjustments have to kick in, and game probably needs like a epilepsy trigger or seizure warning for sure. This is wild. Get a little breather right here. It's the calm before the storm. Alright, here comes the fun. It's like a giant worm in this sky. Gonna have to slow down just a hair because I blew all my ring chances already. That's alright. Hopefully with this length we've got a little bit of time, or can afford a little bit of time. I don't know, this is the first time I've played this one. We'll soon find out. I know I probably don't have time to be turning around for every other ring though, so for any of you that have been playing on the normal difficulty, the folks at Titus decided to throw a monkey in the wrench by not allowing you to get to the 7th ride until you beat the game on Superman mode, so just FYI. But nonetheless, because I've gotten skilled with the game at this point, or pretty good at it, I was able to breeze through the levels without much trouble anymore on the Superman difficulty. Let me see here. I just don't understand the logic to not allowing you to finish every level. Seems kind of dumb. And there's our friend. Let's come around back. See if we can get this guy. Come on. Come on. Where are you? Nicely done. Alright, let's keep going. More rings on this 7th ride. How obnoxious will our flight in the sky get today? Some more rings to work through. What will our next mini game be? Something explosive, I reckon. It's about time. Had tornadoes and cars on the last 6th ride, right? So Seems like he's given us a nice straight shot on some of these here on the 7th ride, which is interesting. Get some weaving and wobbling, but also some reprieve here or there. Other than just missing one sloppily because you didn't fly very good. Oh boy. One thing that will catch you by surprise sometimes is a sort of gust of wind that will occasionally hit certain points. Also the frame rate kind of... shoot, where am I going? There it is, okay. Frame rate will slow or speed up, and then you're trying to compensate in your own anticipation of next moves. I think we got it. Here we go. Don't want to play it too slow or conservative, but also don't want to make any costly mistakes to have to do this again, because we all know how fun redoing these sessions are. Don't forget you can pump the brakes with the R button if you're going a little bit fast. Seems like holding down B accelerates you faster. Cutting it a little close this time, but we made it. Destroy the 2 mine droppers. Don't mind if I do. Let's find them. Here's one. See if we can get over to it. Love a good mine dropper challenge. Easier said than done normally, but maybe we'll get lucky. I'm going to try to stay close to the building we started on, because one thing I've learned with these is if you get disoriented, you'll have trouble finding the mine dropper again. Try to listen for the explosions, or watch them over your head, because chances are the droppers are trying to kill you. Let's not panic. Let's try to look lower. There's one. There it is. There it is. Yes. All right. More rings. A 9-minute round. Okay, I can't see. Where am I going? Boy, that's a great start, isn't it? Can't afford to waste any more time. Let's just keep going. I have no idea how many minutes we're going to need to beat this leg of the challenge here. But 9 minutes on Superman mode tells me it's probably either a pretty long section or the rings are just off the charts crazy and they know you're going to have to turn around a few times to hit them all. Try to pace yourself. Don't go too slow. Remember R button to brake. I try to train my eyes to watch for the yellow a couple ahead, because it at least helps me to see where we're headed, and it's harder to see the gray, so it's sort of a little carrot dangled in front of you to help you know which route you should go. Missed that one. Alright. Oh man, that's not cool. Not a great flight path for Superman. We've had several detours. See if we can make up some time here. Oh, dadgummit. You'll have to forgive the directionless aim. Just desperate guy wanting to win. That's all it is here. I'd hate to fly 8 minutes through and then find out there's no chance that I'm going to win, but because I'm still flying blind here, I don't know. I do know missing rings seems like a costly endeavor at this phase. Oh man. This isn't looking too promising. Oh no. Wow, okay. This is getting embarrassing for the Man of Steel. There it is. Trying to get him back on track. Margin of error here is getting lower and lower. Are you aggravated? I am. Maybe we'll just wait for this next one. Seems like, oh man, glutton for punishment here. Wow, this is awful. I promised not to complain, and here I am, doing lots of complaining. Wow, okay. Our pal Lex is slick for sure. Wants to do anything he can to trip up his old pal Clark. Talk about my noobness showing here. Man alive, this is awful. chance? Any chance I'm gonna win? As much delay and backtracking as I've done, I have no idea. Okay. Hold on. Makes me think of like one of those movies where you're like holding your breath the entire time, just praying that the people survive. That's kind of like what this is. Superman's air is not the issue, it's the clock we're racing. And the difficulty of the rings going nuts here. Coming in and out of the water and the weaving and wobbling, that's where it gets agitating. But to be fair, if you make this section too easy, people will say that level's too easy and I'm about to try to beat the game. I want to have some challenge, so can't blame anybody for what they're doing with that. You're attempting to rebound a very bad start. Oh man. Wow, that one's tricky, huh? Wow. Oh my gosh. 5 dark shadows. Okay. There's one. Assuming they're going to take a few hits. Oh, missed him. Just one in the middle. That's the dark shadows defeated. More rings. Oh man, we survived the painstaking one. I apologize for how ugly that actually went. But if at all possible, I will aim not to redo that, because that was once was enough. Oh no, slow down, buddy. There we go. Lots of underwater rings this time. That's alright. And now there seems to be a new fixation with putting them in the dirt, not only to jar you and slow you down, but also just to make it even harder to comprehend. All right, what am I looking for? There it is. I can't tell. I don't know where the green one is. Let's just keep going. We've advanced too far to dawdle. of the water. Maybe that's a good sign. Doesn't mean the rings aren't going to spaz out on us now, but... like a big slinky. Oh no. I'm sorry. Did you take offense to the slinky joke? It was meant to be a compliment, okay? I always liked the way the metal ones sounded. Put it on top of your stairway. Let it go down. Looks like we're nearing the end of this little segment here. What's next? Move the cars out of the plane's way. Alright, let's do this. Okay, there's one. Well, that's easy, right? I hope. There's two. Make sure they're way out of the way, right? Are there any more? I don't know. Are you ready to be irritated? I got just the level for you. This particular leg of the journey truly feels nonsensical because unlike the previous levels where you're jumping from green rings to the next, gray rings are now in play too. And you have to decide, should I follow the gray rings or not? If you don't, then you end up on an alternate map. And I can't figure out if that's you're supposed to. Doesn't seem like you're supposed to just follow only one map. You are supposed to go off script and find these other rings. Which makes it very hard because there's a whole lot of faux red rings. And if you go into the wrong one, game over, pal. So we're gonna go up. Here's the Daily Planet. This is pretty miserable because you have no clue where you're supposed to go. No clue whatsoever. And there's so many varying heights in the level, it's hard to even see where the rings would be. When you do find a path of rings, which ones are eligible to fly through. So yeah, it's this is, I think that's the ending right there. So what I'm going to try to do here is follow these rings in reverse. Maybe we can make heads or tails of this. Does that make any sense? Maybe that's the solution. You find the ending, Then you follow the other gray ones until they stop. Looks like the path continues this way. Alright. Oh no. Okay. I think this feels right. I don't know where the green ring is, but I do know I can take a penalty here. Alright. If you are confused by this path, you're not alone. However, that's not the right way. Let's try to find our way back over here. Let's listen. Wow. Talk about maddening. There's another fake ring there. You don't want to fall for those, or it's game over. Try to listen for the game ending sound. Sadly, I look to have found the boundaries. Wow. There's some rings. Just gotta find an entry point to get to them. Okay. Oh boy, no, get up here. I wish I could give some constructive advice on what I'm doing, or even tell you that I'm on a favorable path, but I can't really say that. Thank you, God. Superman wins. Yes.
It's been a long time coming, folks. Let's play Starship! Lex Luthor's virtual world was created with technology from Brainiac's spacecraft. Smash the device to break Brainiac's control over this virtual dimension. This is the only hope you and your friends have to ever see the real world again, Superman. Let's play. It sure does. Crab people return, folks. And they are ready for action. All right.
So here we are. Starship. We've got friends, foes, and everything in between. And a showdown for the ages. This level will leave you angered, in tears, in pain, entertained, on edge, anxiety at all levels. It's got it all, folks. If you've been missing the crabs, don't worry. There are plenty waiting for you. And they are very active this go around. They're not the passive submissive guys you met earlier in the game. All right. So now we're going to go up this elevator shaft and start the real mission. This orange thing is one of 12 you'll collect. First part of the device, 11 pieces remaining. So you're going to navigate down, and another crab guy. So just try to be proactive. Don't let yourself get overly bent out of shape. Here in the middle, you've got another one of these orange pieces. Try to keep going because this lightning room will shock you and hurt you fast. We're going down a new hallway, and boom, here we are. We're in another space with yet another of the 12 pieces. We're going to jump up here. And then you'll see we have some heat vision. You're going to use the heat vision on the floor. You see that red arrow. It's kind of giving you a hint where you're supposed to go. Okay, that's all for now, right now. Let's come back in here. The laser has opened up another area for you to explore. And of course, on top of finding one of the pieces you need, you found more crab people. So, rather than be crabby, we're just going to zap them before they hurt us. They do not like these. They don't respond real well to being zapped that way. The game kind of blocks you in to help you make sure you're not going the wrong direction. So I actually like that, other than wanting to recharge the heat vision. Definitely comes in handy. You'll have plenty of these guys to go up against too while you're at it. The way I would describe this level, at least what I understand so far, it's 3 acts. The first act is collecting these 12 pieces and surviving. You'll see health is quickly dropping, so you're going to have to be very proactive on your fighting moves and avoidant when the time is right too. But some of these you just simply can't totally avoid. They're going to be here waiting for you and create complications in your life. We've got a weird camera angle happening right now. But I think maybe if we fly. There's another crab guy. So let's turn around and get this guy real quick, because anytime they're around, they just cause trouble, honestly. They really do. Use up your heat, that's fine. You would rather them be out of the way, trust me. Alright, so now we're going to come around back. You got these computer consoles, but we're actually going to take another elevator shaft type thing right here. Find our way into another space. This one has miniature tanks to irritate us. So you can choose to engage them or choose to ignore them, but chances are they're going to hurt you if you don't try to manage them a little bit.
If you're running low on health, come up here. There is a power up that should help you. Just be forewarned that they can shoot up too. Flying is your friend. In this corner, you've got the relic you're after. 7 pieces remaining. If you go to the other side, if you're brave enough, there's another power up there. And my suggestion at this point, just get out. Get out while you can. Got full health. Count your blessings. Okay. So now that you're out, got a computer right here, and you're going to activate that Thunder Arena access granted. Okay, so come on out. Stay on the defense. There's always trouble around every corner, right? That's the motto of this game. Just don't go too fast, because you might find another glitch, of which this level has plenty. All right, here we go. Coming back out here. Be mindful of the thunder here, because that's going to damage your health if you're not careful. You can come back in here now, and you'll notice there's new arrows on the floor. So you're going to use your laser vision again and deactivate these 2 lasers. Okay. You're done with that. And give you a little hint on recharging your laser vision. If you want to circle around here, come back in here again. Boom, baby, you got more. Might come in handy. Okay. So you'll come back out here, watch those lightning strikes, and right in here you've got more of these lovely robot crab people things waiting. My suggestion to keep your health, just laser them. Use your heat vision. I'm kind of using those terms interchangeably, sorry. All right, come on down. Play it safe, play it smart. If you can laser them, do it. All right, this is the Thunder Arena they were talking about, and you know, naturally there's got to be some giant flying bots to battle, I guess. They're not super aggressive, but they've got those little bullet things in their gut, and because one wasn't enough, he's got a buddy down there waiting to fight too. So he's a little mad. We broke up their brotastic adventure, and you know, what can I say? So now we're going to take this shaft up, and this is one where we've got to move fast. So just pay attention to what's going on here. All right, so these areas have one simple thing that you have absolutely got to remember. Race, I mean race to the barrel, because you're going to get stuck with these crabs, and you would rather not, trust me. You can laser 1 or 2 of them, but the crabs respawn, and then your life becomes utter misery, trust me. And the crabs are pretty unforgiving on both you and your health. There's that pickup right there, 6 pieces remaining. Circle around. Got a little health there, so take advantage. You can wait on this one. My suggestion, go ahead and just pick it up if you need it. If you don't, then I guess wait. Drop down, all the way down at the bottom of the shaft. You're basically doing the same thing. Get this thing quickly. And if you can, fly. Fly over, chunk it in there before it's too late, because these guys are coming. And man, oh man. Can't you tell it's a pet peeve? As long as you close that up fast, they won't keep coming. But if you miss it, you're going to have a lot of those to fight. And I think to actually beat this, you've got to destroy these portals here. All right, so just some public service announcements there. All right. So repeat the process over here on the other side. Like I said, do not waste time. Don't dawdle. Looks like we're in the clear. Okay, good. I got that one already. Come all the way down. Actually, I think what I got confused with is on the bottom side you can get in from either side, and on the top you can only get in on one side. So meaning you can't go across from one side to other on the top side. You gotta go up right here. All right, so let's look for a barrel really quick. Like I said, don't dawdle unless you want to be killed by the crabs. Okay, I think we're gonna have to fight the, oh, we squashed that one. There's a, if you get above them and kind of squash them with that trash can thing, then it will actually kill them, but you got to do it just right. That was just an accident, but lucky accident anyway. So we're going back down the shaft. All right. And we got some more work to do in here. If you didn't get enough of those tanks, you're going to have some waiting for you in a few strategic places in here. Pick them up and throw them. Try not to allow yourself to get shot or blown up, or you're going to really struggle. Got a couple that hide behind these as well. And they like to double team, so just FYI. Press B to pick it up. Hopefully we didn't sustain a major hit there. Here's the computer. If I remember right, we're just going to go here. We'll press B. Oh, must have another thing to find. Which one did I miss? Oh, there it is. Okay. There's one actually in the arena. Don't forget about that one. There we go. And we'll just refer to that as the Thunder Arena. I think that's what it is. We'll call the other one Lightning. Teleportation activated. So what this does is opens up a little portal right here. And Superman goes across time. And surprise! You get more foes to fight. But you're nearing the next checkpoint, or at least checkpoint's the wrong word because this level has none. It should have some, but you're nearing the next milestone. That's a better word. Milestone. Okay. So you'll notice down here you've got one of these, 3 pieces remaining, and we're gonna have to play strategic again. So let's see. Why don't we go upstairs first? Oh, and sure enough, we've got a buddy waiting for us to fight. So let's go ahead and take care of him. He's not helping anybody. He's just in the way. So, where'd you go? He's somewhere. He's looking for me. Oh, he's up here. Oh, you want to play like this, huh? Close quarters. Slapping contest. Who wins, Man of Steel or Robot? I don't know. Alright. That's what I was trying to do. Okay.
So, of course, there's going to be more bad guys. This is a different time period. However, you don't have that ugly respawning portal up here. I think there's just tanks. So, you can choose to engage the tanks or just try to go for what you're up here for, which is this little thing. There's just the one. My suggestion would be get in and get out if you can. There is a health pickup on one of these sides. Also, watch out because the tanks can come down these portals also. And of course, life wouldn't be interesting enough if you didn't have to come down to this side, right? Got some freezing breath. I can't remember, is it, let's see, there it is in the corner. I think there actually is another health pickup down here if you're brave enough to get it, but you gotta avoid getting shot. So it's kind of a judgment call on your part. If you think you can get to it, I believe it's like right here. But are you going to sustain hits trying to get to it? Then it's kind of a quandary of is it worth getting injured that way? You really can't afford to take a lot of hits right now. You need to save your gusto for the final battle. So here we go. Back in here. Teleportation's activated. We're traveling through time yet again. Come back to the teleporter. And there's the professor. Don't get too comfortable yet, though. Take care of the crab people first. If you want to use your heat vision, no prob. Still got it. That was all I had left. I think they're a little mad. They're a little mad that I've disrupted their time-space continuum here. There's our 12th piece. Device is now complete. We'll come over here, talk to the professor, press B. You've located the final part of the device. Activate the computer. Now your question might be, well, where's the computer? Let me show you. But before that, we're going to get that health power up. We're going to go right here, talk to the computer. You thought you found the way out, but guess again. All right, 2200. All right, this is a tricky puzzle here. All right, so we got to figure out, are we upstairs or down? So right now we're upstairs and we need to go down to the year 2000. So 2200, we're going to go right here. This portal is taking us down 25 years at a time. Okay? All right, same trick here, upstairs or down. If you're downstairs, to go up, you got to come over here. There you go. Watch out for the crab people. They're kind of docile, but if they get a hug on you, you are in trouble. Okay, we're downstairs. When you're downstairs, go over here. Okay, again, watch out. They will hurt you. It is it's a big hit. So try to stay away. See, now we're upstairs. So to go down, we're going to go right here. All right, got 100 years to go. All right now we're downstairs. So downstairs, you go to this portal right here. You can press R to jump if that helps you. Okay. We are upstairs, so I'm going here again. I think these crab guys aren't real happy about what's going on. All right, watch out. They are mad. All right, you are upstairs. Again, go right here. There you go. 2025. What a great year. All right, watch out. They are ready to kill you. All right. Upstairs. All right, hop in. 2000. There's a bug, folks. Program failure, main computer rebooting. And here we are. We're in this room that we were in earlier, right? So there's another crab, robot, people thing, and Jimmy. So I think let's address the crab first, because we don't need to be losing health in here. Okay.
Let's talk to him. Thank goodness you're here. The robots keep on coming. You must find a way to stop them. Okay. I'll wait here. Very good, Jimmy. Thank you. You are so helpful. But thank you for not being a hero and costing the entire game, right? Alright, so you're going to come here and realize, uh-oh, Jimmy, there's no way to get you out, pal. So, we're back, and heat vision's available now. Alright. Now look at the floor. You see the red arrows we'd seen earlier. They're back. You're going to do the same laser eye heat vision trick again. Shapes there. Corridor 1 locked. Now before we do anything else, we're just going to see if there's another power up by chance. Oh, thank God. Okay. So make a note of that. Okay, Jimmy's being attacked, so there's not much time. We need to get rid of that thing. And now Jimmy...
Something has gone haywire. Try it one more time for the day. See if this time is more magical than the last. Jimmy is slipping and sliding. Even though I've got help, it's like, you know, you're just 1 inch from a major mistake because these controls are so terrible. Oh no! Jimmy! Jimmy! Oh jeez. Your guess is as good as mine. What's going to happen now? Maybe Jimmy's brain got vaporized. Was hiding with me when she was caught. She has to be around here somewhere. Alright, that's promising. That is very promising. So Lois is over here. And we've got, I'm glad Jimmy managed to blah blah blah. Alright, let's see if we can get rid of these crab guys. They don't seem to care much about Lois. Okay, Lois. Let's play it safe. Trying. Honey, I'm trying. What a complicated relationship we have, my dear. This is just like a bad dream. This whole game. We're gonna make this Groundhog Day gonna be over. Wow. Like this. Okay, Lois, where are you? Lois. We're heading somewhere. Superman just got a health pickup. And we're about to find out. Find the bombs to destroy the spaceship. Alright. Let's try. You'll never destroy my technology, Superman. Here's our pal. What's his name? Brainiac in the middle. So I think we're gonna have to have a little showdown with him. Some full speed knocking. Health is still pretty good. Let's hit Brainiac full speed again. Ah, the lightning knocked me off course. Let's try it again. Alright. Let's keep going. Okay. There's Brainiac. Oh, got zapped. Figure out how many hits it's gonna take. Is it 4 or 5? Okay. Any more? It looks like he's gone. So now at the back of this corridor, we cross this thing. Water destruction process ready. Trigger the 3 bombs to start it. Okay. Alright, so we gotta go find our bombs. Let's see here. Up. Okay. So here we go. There's a bomb. Bring the bomb to the center of the Thunder Arena. Okay. No funny business here. We're gonna play this very safe and smart. Alright. Too many scenarios where things go very haywire. Alright, so we're gonna put it right there. Yeah, baby! Who got it? Yes! Yes, yes! Well done, you managed to get your friends out of this nightmare. You bet we did! But in the real world, Lex is still there. I don't think so, pal. I live in a virtual world. Here's the programmers who ruined a lot of people's lives. Wow. How do you follow up on this? I think you take a bow and you say, I'm done. I am totally done. Goodbye. Goodbye, my friends.